I'll say this, and I apologize for a late stream. I normally would have been around at like 1:30, but yeah, I came back, had to do some errands this morning. Came back, apparently. See, sometimes animals are too smart for their own good. And open doors, which, to be fair. So, I have a cat missing and I had to go search for him. Isn't turned back up. All in days, but waste energy and find him, but I have to wait and I know he'll turn back up. All good though. Busy morning. Nothing I ever do goes off without a hitch. Never a dull moment in my life, one can say. And I will say, yes, sometimes cats are too smart for their own good in general. Yes. And see, it's not that I live in an area. I live in a country enough area that we do have wild animals, so hypothetically, him being an older cat, his chance of survivability is thin. Unfortunately, he'll either be hit by a car more than likely, or he'll come back. Oh, great. It's gonna suck, regardless. But anyways. Also, too. Yeah, yesterday I was farming. Didn't do a stream yesterday because the other messages blocked by both across the fuck. Hello. Wow, usually I get asked. See, the plan initially is, because I realized with my blood necro. See, initially the other day, I got like 3 Shroud of False Deaths. Like, cross messaging platform. Is that not active? Good fluid connectivity. Really? Huh? See, I'm in search of better rings. I haven't used the trade this season. And I remember, I think he's on PC only. See, I may play with crossplay, but it is. Okay. It's gonna suck. Well, the only difference. But I need to farm a better ring for a character. But I got better Kissimmee. Real. Give or take. I picked up actually a really god roll. Not really god roll, but a good 3-star the other day. Well, actually, I picked it up last night, yes. Here. It's rolled perfectly. And it's not a shit roll either. See, I did have like 3 extra Shrouds of False Deaths. Boo. bastard change his fucking crossblade and not tell me. Really? Anyways. It is God. I just found, because... And then I did the boss mats, and I need to... Really, he needs 34, which should be easy. So, on my blood one, I have, I haven't tested how far. I've been not very of interest this season. I haven't... not as much as usual, one would say. Like... It's mainly because the fact that, I know, combination of time. I'm like, I tried the pit pushing early, then I kind of said, fuck it. Actually. It's... I'm not gonna say it's not. Like, I have it, it's like, sure, because I have 4 different characters, okay? Okay, Bloodwave, you're gonna do the bullshit today, aren't you? Aren't you? Great. Aren't you? Starting off strong. Bloodwave has gotten to do this today, I guess. Sorry. This is a bug. It's a very common feature, apparently, now with Bloodwave half the time. It either kills them or utterly just washes them around like in a tub. And it doesn't hurt the time. It's gonna still do the damage, but clearly is a problem. It's probably a server recognition issue, more than anything. It's also getting it placed correctly, so... Like, they can't theoretically kill me, but... Right. So, sometimes it washes them around in a tub, and then other times it just flat out murders them. So, your choice. 6 1, half a dozen in the up. So this is more the variant where there's shadow base. Like, I kind of did it, but this is not the one. So the other one I had, I was like, why is my other character not doing the damage the other one does? Oh, I don't have a Shroud of False Death on it. Well, then you know what that led me to discover and have to go rebuild box. And yes, apparently rune drops have been utterly ass this season, so no hindsight would said all those extra Shrouds of False Deaths I picked up, that was the game giving it to me, but hey, details in the term of life. Lessons learned, life-ish. Basically. Now, this is I don't know, I was experimenting, and then I had to go re-farm up another Ebon Piercer because I gave it to somebody, and he hasn't used one. So if I had known that, I would not have given him an Ebon Piercer. But, idea. New player to the game. But to be fair. I think I gave him a 2 GA too. Ugh. But, what is done is done. You know, RNG is kind or unkind, depending on it. Sometimes connectivity is also. Yeah, you bite one. I have way more HP on this character than I physically need, but I also did some rerolls, so actually this character I did decided to re-roll. Come on, you piece of shit. Thank you. So this is basically similar to the other one, but it doesn't have the bloodwave cooldown. Basically, I'm already there, so I mean, any point, I'm already roughly to that. Like, I have 30,000 HP on a weird day, so. And if I wanted to play the game of re-roll Masterworks, it would be probably the only way I could get the percentages up. Because I re-rolled the Harley Quinns and then the other one. But I firmly accept that's just going to be the realm that it just sometimes, as I said, I'm fully aware the Kissimmee is good. The title, right? It's also that point of like, I do get the buffs from the ones, but I use Vehement and I don't use the Blood Orb. Now, in reality, the bigger pit builds aren't using the Blood Orb one, by the way. That is one of the huge differences. But you are using the but it is one of those things. So. This is actually probably the variant I'm going to put on the other one. I have coursers on that one. But this I turned into the, thank you for not taking damage the whole way. Just, Kissimmee's does not registering. Somehow it's, just as I say, so stupid. And that's a bug I know about. Like, it happens, but when it happens in an instant, it sucks. And I am wondering if it's part of something I have equipped. See, I'm curious. I have a theory, but I use Hungering Void. Now, in reality, there is no way that these things survive. Like, it's not that my title is low, either. My title and my other one. It's like, probably 80%-ish. Yeah, it just sometimes deletes them, sometimes doesn't. I mean, do you look at 40 million damage not enough? No? Come on, let's be clear here. We're talking, this is without an echo, right? This is without the proper, like, title echo. Punch up, there you are. Yes. Some days it's not the quickest. God, these connections ass. Really. could split it. 74. What the fuck did I... Taco Bell Wi-Fi, I swear. God, mother... Okay, dude. This is getting fucking annoying. My damage is not this bad. If my damage was this bad, I would delete this character and never do this. What unholy motherfucking desync. Oh. Yeah. There's errors when you play in crossplay, though. See, I put sacrifice and then I have the other. Then I have that. See, I don't know how old some of mine are. But I'm sorry. 666% old. And they're washing around like in a goddamn bathtub. The answer shall be no. Oh my fucking god. This level of desync is enough to make me... This is bad desync. I mean, I am curious, and I know it's not my connection. It's me being connected to them. What the Yep. But anyways, this does happen. I do need to check I do need to check these. I want to say I have the max sacrifice on this. I do. Because I do have the max sacrifice. But yeah, sometimes it's just your aspects are old. But same way. There's no way. I'm gonna be honest. Sometimes I think people need to check their internet. Because, I mean, granted, this instance, right? If you have a lot of physics effects, like the desync that I'm seeing roughly. Like, I'm not gonna say that Blizzard is not known during events to have bad desync. And I say this nicely about Battle.net. Battle.net has a lot of bad desync periods sometimes. Especially if you're in a party with someone with... Mm-hmm. Come on, fucking shitbags, dude. Jesus. Like, everything is off by 5 seconds. That is not a good sign, but I'll get what I needed done. Oh god, everything's off by like 5-6 seconds. And if I ponder it, I'm gonna hate it. But as soon as this gets done. Okay guys, see, I do help people though. It's like leveling. But problem leveling glyphs. Here. Nope, I do it on mine. Because I can check my own ping. And it ain't that bad. I like this build to a degree, but this build is still very fickly about that. See, I was pondering restarting my router before I started streaming, and I should have done it, but I don't know. I'll probably live with this level of lag. But, my god, with everything being off 3 to 5 seconds, it's throwing off everything that I'm doing. And it makes me not want to play. It really does. There's just something, like, I've played this build, this character enough, probably so much so that it's actually neglected my others. I don't think I've had this bad played with someone since Destiny 2 that made me want to just stop. Like, the last time I've seen, like, lag this bad, I was on Steam. Then I played with a person from Xbox and PlayStation. That level of desync at about 4 to 5 seconds plus, when I pay for fiber, is bad. But yeah. And this is probably, I think, but I've also been used to global events. Like in Diablo 4, right, with some of the servers, where I'll be near certain people. Like, you can always tell, like, you're near, like, the VPN bot farms, where they are, you see your ISP or your latency in the world jump up about 5-10%. I mean, I haven't really seen it as much because I've kind of been in my own instances. But when I'm in a witch zone, then I see suddenly a spike where everything just shoots up to like 70, like... Oh god, he wants to set up for this. Good luck getting it now! This is like farming. I could probably get he wants to set up for it. But here's the thing about this. This build is an easy thing to set up. But like, this takes both having the mythic. You need the mythics. Unfortunately. But the thing is, you need both. See, that's what I explained to people. This is the mythic version of this build. Like, the mythic is what drives some of this extra. But it is also the aspect. But yeah. I leveled up something else. What the fuck is this? I go, yes. This is the build, like... It's kind of my own, like, thing. But the idea... Okay. That is horrible. I like how my net just dies suddenly. Like, it is definitely... I've been doing a lot more, but a lot of it's also winning the semi-lottery, too. Because it takes, like... To make this build absolutely work, you need a good Kissimmee. The thing about, like, you can use Doombringer. The difference between it and the blood variant, pure and simple, which is more, it relies upon, it literally relies upon having, let me check something. Let me check. So yeah, 22.9, right? 22.9. That's always the same. Titles 240. Let me see something. Yeah, so my sack is max. Curse is max. Jesus. But this helps out too. Because even without the one big buff, I'm at like 30,000 between everything. So. And it's not the easiest thing in the world to actually get, like... To get a GA Ebon Piercer, you're asking for... It's a hard thing to get because no one wants to make one. No one makes GA Ebon Piercers. Like, or no one, if you do see one, like a 4-star. Because Ebon Piercer is not a main meta. It's used in, I'd say, arguably the otter builds, but it's still in the Blight. But it's also in the realm of... There we go, that's a lot better. I gotta make sure. Now, the Reap is a little my own personal touch. But this build has evolved since the start of the season with a lot of people. You're seeing the split offs. Do you use the blood drops? Like, I still have that, but I'm not doing the corpse explosion. Like, I still have it, but it's less the one. But I'm not reliant on the flesh eater. So, the idea is a little bit... Hey, I'm glad I'm not the only one who notices this. Huh. Apparently it's a server thing. That's what happens when you have a global event. So, it's not just a me thing. Apparently, it's everybody. Apparently, they're finally starting to see it. I guess, you know, let me tell you what that is. That is a bunch of Chinese bot farmers coming online and fucking with servers. So, obviously. And if you believe anybody, there is no duplication. Ever. That would explain why we don't see things. But what drives this build more often than not is a Doombringer. Yeah, there's a mythic version of this, and then there's an ancestral version of this. But the ancestral version is very similar, but it just takes a lot of GAs and a lot of things. But it also takes a shit ton of max rolled aspects to make this build work. I want to try a minion variant of this. I really do. But I lose like 2. Like I probably lose like the Sever, or I lose the 1. But it takes me having the 1 variant, which would give me the Reaper. But I don't have... I mean, of course it would be a lot less damage, but it would carry around the minions. But details in regard. I mean, the fact alone, I get like 5 points a pass. Like, every skill I have is a 4. This lag is killing me. Honest to God, it is. It's bad. It is bad. Unbelievably bad. Like, this is enough to make me want to just kill fucking the game. This is... There's a lag spike. I can't describe it. This version is enough to make me throw up. And I don't know if it is my end fully, but I also know it's the server's end. The server is end. I am feeling it. Oh, please kill me. Like, literally. Like, there is no way anything survives. No way. There's, like, no way that something like this survives. There's no way anything should be surviving this. Like, I'm gonna be honest. You can always tell when something's up with a server because that damage Huh? Nothing survives that. Yeah, this happened to my friend the other day as well. This has been this half the story of bloodwave people for, like, give or take, like, every so often. This happens, and it's a server registration issue. Like, so I have 4 echoes of this, right? So you have the 2 on top of title, then you have the ones top of Gasimis, and you have the other. Which, in a way, if my timing was correct, it wouldn't be the issue. But all the timing is all thrown off by enough. So the global cooldown, I have been at the global cooldown for a while. That's where I'm at. Now, the difference if you're doing a quick pushing, you're using the blood droplets, but that doesn't change. The server has to register your blood wave is done, and it's not doing that. So the problem itself, right, is... yeah. That's how I can just tell there's something up with the actual server itself. Because the actual server is the problem right now. Well, my internet. Because, like, everything is off by a good enough margin that it's showing. But then again, bear in mind, I guess I usually do better on... So I'm in Texas, so usually I'm either to what they call central servers, or I am on US East or US West. Because, like, the Ubisoft servers, I am usually... well... I'm sorry, if I could nuke down Endurial in about 1 second flat and have all my shit still up by the time the next time things summon, you're gonna tell me that I don't have the automatic from here. No, not entirely the case. But yeah. Yes. See, the server lag wasn't on earlier. So whatever this was, and it wasn't on in the morning. And you can't really see where you're connected to. Like, you can't... And the thing is, traditionally, you cannot tell where you're connected to in the given moment. And we have a lot of VPNers now in this game. Like, let's assume I'm in US Central or East or West. There's no way normal a Chinese person or a Korean bot gets onto this server without a very bad VPN. They're either going to get over here or they get over to in any form of farming events, especially with a season like this. A lot of theories, like me and people I play with have had, we have seen where we're not seeing runes show up. Now, this is going to happen under scenarios of where... Gotta clear the entrance. Come on, fuckers. Thank you. Where, if that's the case of... Oh, God. Thank you. Maybe something starts working. But it's something that's better. It's like, the build partly is more better. Like, you want... This idea, it still works largely on a... It's a modification of the shadow build I have, which isn't that much more different than the other. And this is not much, and it's inadvertently, this is a mix between the two, where 90% of all bloodwave builds are roughly about similar, most of them, down to the same, copy and pasting, except for people doing the certain pushes find a way to do a... Oh, God, I say right before it looks normal. Then now it's just... Nothing is taking damage in the fucking middle. Okay, game. Understandable. Understandable. And I say this because apparently these runs are cursed in the terms of where it's happening. So this is kind of like take a little bit of the tree from the two, and then I'm not using Flesh Eater, I'm using Wither, Curse, but a lot of it does take a aspect, but I'm also using Ebon Piercer, which combination of that actually gets it's a passive 2-arm setup versus the other. I mean, it's not the mace setup. I mean, most people are going two-handed because that is usually the other. I use a focus and then I use the other. So by me having Doombringer's a passive into, it's just I have a bunch of stuff with the mythic route, which is just pure. But the only thing I have that overpowers is blood. That's it. So my only blood skill is that. So that overpower with a 15 kills them about... Like, my overpower is like... Last I checked was like 9%? 9,000? I say 9,000. Almost 9,100. So you're talking any hit that overpowers is probably astronomical. And sometimes we wind up doing so much more damage than the ones that we don't even think about. Because that is actually, and I'm very curious if, I don't know if this build is going to survive. Like, I really am curious on Blizzard if they allow this to exist. Because I would not be shocked if they hit Kissimmee. If they hit Kissimmee with the season, the way it is, with the falls, or with it. But this does require two boards, where you have the overpower board and the blood begets blood. No shit, I am reconnecting to battle in that. I can only tell what I am doing. Thank you, game, for the first reconnecting to Battle.net warning. Because I can already see it. Yep. That's hopefully reconnecting now. Yep. But some days are better than others. But a lot of times you have to pull them up So you pull them up, and part of the reason with witch gems, like, but a lot of it's the roll. So you need, like, pick up blood droplets, keep it. Vehemence. Vehemence is an automatic +2. Move along. So, bear in mind, the server desync is killing me. Now, the idea of Sever and Reap being a mobility. Okay, guys. You can not... You don't survive. There is no way anything survives that. Nothing. Like, I could nuke down world bosses in probably, like, by myself before anything. And that's tier 4. And this... But this build takes having... And this is without incense. So without incense... So if you're talking without the incense and without the others, I am at like 31,000, and that largely comes from here. So you see, like, this is 17. If I didn't, let's assume everything has to have life, and if I want, I play. Let's assume I play the reroll game that I should reroll this and reroll that. Let's assume that. And it's not the issue. Basically, everything I have is at 12. So, my passives get a +1. My main skills get a +4. My gauntlets give a +4 to core. Vehement give another. As I said, this is basically a build that... So, Harley Quinn's, once you have it, kind of... Like... So that's like a 13. That's probably one more than it should be. Let's assume. Like... This build... If I explain it, it's... The way the build works, it's a variant of it. So, it's very much getting the right rolls on gear. Like, to make bloodwave with fortification work, you have to have almost all these items aligned. Not about... Like, I got really lucky with this. This is a universal one. You have to have intelligence. You have to have damage well fortified. You have to have your damage align. It's one of those things of item dependency, right? Basically, it's a huge, huge deal. Because, so once you get, like, Doombringer, right? Doombringer, it's... Let me see. What does it say my fortification damage is? What is? It says less. Like 3,000-ish. Took 3,000. No, I have seen 9,000. I think it might be in my other one. Might be in my other one. I'm in town. Sick. See. Oh! I hate typing. So the idea, right, is so the if you go an ancestral version versus mythic, you are so the ancestral version suffers a little bit different than the other because the fact that because a lot of it. You know what? I'm curious. Fuck it. I got enough. You know what? I got more than enough. So. Yeah. Now. You're not doing it. You piece of dog shit. Oh, you dog shit garbage. Hold on. Fuck. Stupid. Come on. Not what I need. Come on. Really? God. Son of a... You know... Oh. What I want to do? It's hitting all the right stuff, but it ain't hitting the right... It's not hitting the right... I hate it. It ain't hitting it. Maybe this is the one. It hits that. I don't like it. You know what? I'll live with that. Because if I could explain it. Because this is a build I have to explain. Because it is driven by pure mythics. Because there's a difference between the ancestral. You can duplicate it, but a lot of it is rolls. So problem is with a lot of builds, you have to firmly look at. This is a build you have to look at. Where I explained it if I better explain to him. So a lot of the points, right? So what winds up happening, right, is you have a lot of the Deucite. So and here. So I mean, granted, I was trying to re-roll it, so I have more than 1,000. I mean, life is a minor inconvenience at the point. Because a lot of where you see the difference in builds is you always need the blood begets blood. Blood begets blood is always there. So I go bloodbath. So the where the variants differ is I still have wither. So it's not just pure bloodwave. You still have frailty. Because, see, normally this would be minion board, then down into here. So that's why I said I don't think minions work with this build, ever. So you have your bloodbath, where all of that occurs. But the skill tree, a lot of my passives come from my skill tree. So, Harley Quinn's is automatically a +4. Shroud of False Death is a 1. Now, in reality, I have Blight, Reap, right? Blight and Reap. But a lot of this comes down to, so you don't use Blood Mist, because actually Blood Mist throws off the final node, which is here. Now, what drives a lot of damage is Iron Maiden and Curse. That is an aspect. See, a lot of the aspect is, so, like here, right? So, 5, 7, soon. Majority. I mean, that's max I can get it anyways. Like, if I respect, I'd probably be at 5. Like, if I do that, can't really put anything there. So you're talking about 4 or 5, right? If I really went into bloodwave, be a little bit separate. So a lot of the lucky hit. So a lot of this largely comes from maximizing the curse aspect and then the other. Now, in reality, should this be about... So I have 5 down here. So I'm getting like 4. So it's max of what it can get because of the sack bonus. Basically here. So you're always fortified. The Ebon Piercer, between the Ebon Piercer is where I get a lot of passives. All my passives come from the Ebon Piercer. Base stats come from here, the excess life. But other than that, you have to have a sword or some item that gives it. Now, the only downside to this build is you don't have the 1.5 on the amulet. Which, the difference between it and the two-handed is the one is double. Right? So, variant. This still gives you access to Blight. But it takes Tidal. Tidal normally sacrifices on amulets. Because naturally you hit the floor, you're already at the floor. The floor is 9 seconds. 8 to 9 seconds. But everything has to have life. Every single thing. Now, a lot of these items are impossible to get. But like specking out, but I'll be very honest, one of the hardest things to actually physically get is a good rolled Kissimmee, and then have it masterwork up. To be fair, the difference between a topper build and the other is percentage gear. But if you kill in the open world, this isn't the problem. Right? But with the mythics drive. So the thing about having a Harley Quinn's, see, I'm already at max cooldowns. Like, my bloodwave is the lowest cooldown. Now, there is a difference, and it's a controversial take when it comes to gloves. Gloves, you need intelligence and life. But here's the difference, because you have core. So, ironically enough, I have enough to do the Ancestral. And it works. It's getting the good rolled Kissimmee. Kissimmee roll really, really bad, right? So here's a 1-star Kissimmee that was the prior version of this one. You see, it's 1246 with the the cooldown. So the difference, compare it to the other. And I got others. Like, I got probably 6 pairs of these things, because I had to I actually got 10 on me right now. Which, a lot of it's, like, getting it specced out. Like, see, these are all Kissimmee here. No, not those. So, like, 12, 12, 10, 12. Bloodwave cooldown. But it takes a good pair of Kissimmee at first. You always need one. So the idea, its base is Kissimmee, where the base is the build has to have is Kissimmee. So, but in the skill tree, right? Let's assume you do not have, hypothetically, this or the other. I mean, those are pretty easy to obtain. Ideally, because you're using 2 core. See, that's corpse, macabre, core, and then that. To see, the stats are slightly different. Let's assume you have 71 points. 71. Now, you do not have to instantly go into here. This is an additional execution. So, 113 into here. Huge flesh. This, which is sever. 1, that. And if you do not, without the Harley Quinns and without the other, you are at the base down to here. 1 out to here, horrid from the 2. Because a lot of this build largely depends on popping skills. But what allows you to cast Decrepify comes from the aura. Boots on the aura. But here's a difference with the ancestral version versus the other. The difference between the ancestral version is what gives you this. So at 70. So at 70. See, these need to all be at 70 for tier 4. And the biggest thing is armor itself. Okay? So, give or take armor. Harley Quinn's is sometimes not the hardest to craft unless you need the runes and you have to craft it. Shroud of False Death is what gives the passive. Now, the difference between the two builds, the Ancestral, is you have sometimes 2 items that have all resist on it. That is the difference. But it still allows the pushing. It's getting the tree right and getting your items to align. Which, let me see. Because a lot of the gear that you need, it's not impossible to get. I promise I said I have probably duplicates of it. You know, give or take. It's, as I said, Kissimmee, I always have extra. See, I have a 2-star? Let's see, no, I don't have a 2-star. Yeah, it's a 2-star Kissimmee. A little low on the affects, though. See, normally, if you have an amulet, it's good for what it does. See, if you don't, you're not doing this when you do the other amulet, because it's closer to... See, the first build is closer, but it takes having life on a ring, intelligence, and life. That is actually the core roles you need. Like here. Like I have backups. Like this. This is overpower. Like that works. But when it comes to, like, let's say it's an item like this. Like this scythe is the most ideal scythe for a 2-handed build. That is a 2-handed scythe that would be 480 on title. If you're going 2-handed. But that loses this here. You lose that. Now, there isn't that much of a difference between the 2 damage. Right? 1 offensive. So, hypothetically, this is where it gets weird. Choice between the 2 builds. Assume you go Ebon Piercer because you're already using Blight. Amulet. You have to find a place. Assume title goes to a weapon. Where the skill tree is what has to be set up first. Now, the big problem I have found, this is just what I have found, is you can find gloves that are roughly similar. Roughly. Amulets are not hard to find. The only reason I'm using the Ebon Piercer is because I'm still on Blight. Blight is also a core. So, Blight has its own. Just part. So, amulet. Finding an amulet is usually the key. You usually need boots that have... like that. Can work. But you're going to have at least 1 instance of resist all. So, but the big difference is, now when you get into the tree, which I don't know what his stuff is, right? I have to get his stuff powered, even for him to even get that far. It was about 200. I'm gonna get about 200-ish power leveling. Most of your power is in blood begets blood. So it goes from here into blood begets blood. So, the ones actually I use similar, right? So amplify, blood drinker. I use blood drinker on my other one. Then I use corporeal, sacrificial, and gravekeeper. My alternatives I have are Dead Riser. Well, bear in mind Revenge works, but I don't have thorns. So Abyssal can be used as well, but Abyssal is only rare. Everything I have is buffing magic nodes. Everything. Yeah, everything, yep. All buff. Well, see, that buff's rare, so damage wall fortified. Go figure there. Rare. And then the other. But yeah. It all depends. A lot of this is just a, like, normal. But the thousands a cap, and then about everything, like, I can just spread out and do whatever. Like, I don't necessarily have, as long as you have 1,000 armor, you're good. But it's getting the base skill tree intact. That's kind of what you have to do with 71. So, I mean, but then again, I have passives, so. But this is the mythic route. The mythic route is better. It's the top version, but it isn't the required version. The key is getting a Harley Quinn's and then the other. That gives a lot of the base stats. But it takes the aura. So on the boots, you have to have the curse aura. So in the first, right? Here, decompose first. Reap can automatically kill stuff. So like 5% of life. Okay, so you're always spamming that. Decompose. Give or take. But a lot of stuff that I gets in passives comes from... I still have the core shadow. But it is also the sacrifice. But because I have so many extra points... See, this is where some of the stuff differs. So... right here is the Rathma's Vigor. Which, Rathma's Vigor is your key passive. Now, arguably, this is a flat crit. So, a lot of this build, right, it's all getting it into place. But, one of the hardest things to get is the gloves. See, without the mythics, right? Because, like, duplicating this is, like, it's not impossible. It helps to have the mythic, like, right here. A lot of my extra life, so it's about 20k life they recommend. They recommend about 20k life. Okay, so it's about 20k. I'm way above that. If you have the Kissimmee, so what pretty much drives it is like the Kissimmee. But you don't need the core. You need the main. Cores help, with the alt skills. But those two affixes are what you need. Either it has to be max intelligence in that, because your resistances come from those. This is the difference between this build and many of the other necros. Everything is well, largely it's every 100 intelligence you get point to. But the difference itself is the sacrifice. Assuming, right? Because let's say I didn't have it here. So the tree, right? I'm assuming. Something. What's that extra Cathimes? I am what you call the massive hoarder when it comes to things. See, I've been doing nothing but farming bosses, okay? Bear in mind. Welcome to my life. Welcome to the end game, by the way. I have... Look, okay? I did boss runs in Undercity. Wound up getting a shit ton of resources. Have fun. And, of course. Let me see. No, Ididras. Don't need I have 4 pairs of Ididra. Take that back. So, Cassimis. You know what, I'm gonna shove that there. Sort out later. Sort out. 450, 1225. That's pretty much a good one. 450, 1170, and close. You know, I keep that because it's 2GA, but that is really a shit 2GA. It is kind of a shit 2GA. Its GA is not where you want it, but it's good. Don't get me wrong. But I wouldn't give it to anybody because it isn't where you want it. 25, 25, 23, 28, 18, and then the other. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Be right back. Let's see. I need to check something on my other one. Other character. I have 2 similar. This is more closer. But this is the build. See, still use blood begets blood. I still use bloodbath. I still use... Okay, this version uses Blood Eater. This is a very close one that I know the damage sucks ass, and I kinda hate it. I'm not consuming corpses. So I swear to God, my damage is total ass. I'll just ignore that. Let's see. This is the one where I need. 1250. I know those get trashed. I promise I had others. So I have my other ones I did, and slightly better. Radiate 45. See, this is the build I need to redo. This is closer to the one that was running around with that one. Let's see, that's what I want to do. There. These are pretty good to kick in the door, so to speak. See, I got really lucky with this roll. That it worked out well. Yeah. The thinking for this was coursers. So, coursers is what the thinking of this one was. Promise I have the other ones for those. I can give those other ones to him. But this is the closer to the textbook version, right? So a lot of what makes it work is getting gear. See, this is what I was talking about. You see how the sacrifice is 1.5? Sacrifice is 1.5 right there. So sac is 1.5. That is what's traditional on this. Here is what the build looks like if you don't use... This is like the one. So let's assume it's max blight or curse, which I like curse a little bit better, but see, this needs to be a thing. So I just have to get the other gems in place. Which it's a similar tree. It's not like that one. This was the own twist, because early in the season we always argued. So, bear in mind, when you're using the ancestral, it's slightly different. Bear in mind. But, intelligence rolls. I mean, Doombringers are pretty common. Getting a Harley Quinn is... I probably have enough... Actually, to be fair, like after you farm, so. But the rings, as you can see, are pretty identical. Like, so. Yeah, that isn't meant to be there. Yeah, that one's not meant to be there. See, I updated this build and then I forgot to change the ring. The aspect. That's not meant to be there. But, I go the offhand. Better offhands than this, though. Bear in mind. There's better offhands. But the big deal, right, is let's assume you don't have any. You're having to use either diamonds here, but in the amulets, you always need the intelligence. So, give or take. This is what the ancestral build looks like. The ancestral build is very similar to this. I have other gear which is very similar, so gives him a kick in the door, so to speak. But a lot of this depends on the aspects. Technically, okay. So here, you either have well, actually, the fact that we have title, right? So, hold on a sec. Oh, that's right, I don't have any title. Oh yeah, so I have to put title there. See, I had to put, like, if I kept this, it'd have to be title there. Yeah. Easy. Okay, so title goes there. Very simple. Yeah. Yep, title goes there. But that's an easy fix. But it's always the build's majority movement speed. I don't know why I stuck Moonrise there. Don't ask. This build doesn't use Moonrise. Unlike everything else. But this is a very early version of it. The ancestral chess piece is different than the other. But I got really lucky with a lot of flat damage. Like, hypothetically... Hold on. Ooh. So, this build largely was a build of my own. This version of it. Both builds I usually do are versions of my own. Most of the blood necros are, as I said, are roughly similar down to about 3 different skills. So this was initially designed after the pit pushing builds. So, and I'm not saying it didn't catch up to this particular version of the build. Is I was only reason using cursors because I thought. So in the beginning of the season, most of us were only using bloodwave, no other skills. Then what happens is all the blood necros instead. Like, I didn't like blood mist, so I went blood surge, thinking, oh, it gives me something to do on the side. That's why there's the difference in the 2 builds. But most of the build guides are roughly similar because bloodwave is an evolution of blood mist. Okay. It's the evolution of the blood mist build. Corpse explosion build. So you would normally see blood mist. Then you see some that use reap. It's just a natural evolution, so to speak. Like, coursers are good. Because let's say it's also a skill that overpowers. Basically. And it's usually, hypothetically, right? Let's just say you're using a 2-handed. And if you need that, I can give that to you. The blood mist, that's a good start. But you need title. Title goes on that one. Okay? So hypothetically, put title on that one. 480%. So you see the difference in the other is I was testing out coursers because of that flat 14% life. Okay? That's why. Now, do I like it ultimately? But sacrifice always goes on amulets, traditionally. Now, the big part is which gems. Which gems usually drive. So. But as I said, I do have the ability to duplicate this. So, to give or take. It's just finding the gear. And, like, these are similar. Movement, speed. It's the curse. Curse is the big one. The only thing that I would absolutely change in this board, and it's a slight change, is I don't like the Flesh Eater board. I hate. What do you mean, that build? Bloodwave builds were mostly similar. Blood Mist, Blood some like using Flesh Eater. Okay. Hypothetically. Okay, bear with me. Blood Eater. The difference between this and the Wither board is how much damage over time you're doing. Just have to explain this, because this is close to the original bloodwave build that everyone was using. So you see the cooldown's automatically 9. It's never lower. The idea is you're consuming corpses with Flesh Eater, but you're not. So that's why when I switched it up to that other build, and ironically, that's what a lot of the other pit pushers were doing. Blood begets blood, so you see the differences in the board, right? It's always this board into this board. Every sacrifice build has this identical start. Now, Frailty board has shadow damage over time. That's because Ultimate Shadow. Now, this is where the boards differ. Some care about Flesh Eater, others don't. And if you ask me, it's 50-50. Shadow sounds better, but it's the nodes you're looking at. So, Sacrificial, Abyssal, Dominant, right? Essence, and Inhibitor. Now, this is about the most copy and paste version from Mobalytics that was lurking around for the longest time. Now, the problem itself is the shadow build is that other build is more closer to what the pit pushers use. But here's the thing, the difference. Now, hypothetically, bear in mind, this is when you get to about 250 points, 270. This is about where you're living. I mean, the board pretty much provides. But this is like the original. Not the build I'm using. But bear in mind, it's the gauntlets that are still simple. But this is like the closer version of cleaned up of the one. Because at some point, healing you don't care about. Because you see there's a difference in the intelligence. Big difference. It's like 300 difference. But at the same time, that would imply that this build uses... But duplicating it, right, would be like having the gauntlets, the rings, but the rings are very similar, right? So, it always is the same. So, damage while fortified, right? So, ultimately, if I make a couple of changes, that's slightly stronger. And I do have the extra gear for it. The other one relies on... Even though, okay, this automatically overpowers at 6. Okay? Always. But the idea is you are still using the tree, right? But I probably have the runes, but I use both the Harley Quinns and here. So, if you get the tree in, that's usually where. Getting the levels is a different story. Shroud of False Deaths are harder to get, because box are some of the bloody hardest things to get. Box are the hardest things in the world to get. Box and I'm not gonna lie. M, Sons, and Lax and Tone. M is running about 100 million right now. And even then, do I not have those? So, that's pretty much the formula. And in the one-handed weapons, it's not like I'm hurting. Like, that probably works as a sub. So, be right back. I probably do have it, so it's not like I don't have the gear. I probably have everything it needs to duplicate this. And more. So, let me check. So the idea of the closer blood is that. But it doesn't really use coursers, because, I mean, 6 one, half a dozen the other. It's the ability, because a lot of it is the GAs that you need to lighten line. See, that's the thing I hate. The GA game is problems. Yeah, see, I can pretty much give him I give it the build. That's the easy one. The ring is rough, similar. Yeah, I know I need to update that Kissimmee. Which is the problem. It's the boots that matter. It's the ones that utterly matter. So the one uses curse. So it's definitely the build that goes around and uses curses more. Ish, so to speak. The 8th Kim. Ah. Don't fix. Ew, summoner builds are not that great on damage. Summoners aren't as good. I don't like the Pierce Summon build. I really don't. Because its damage is not where it's meant to be. Because shadows have been different. So Shadow Minion is different. So the idea of Shadow Minions is the other version of this build. Where Shadow Minions I like more due to the fact that you still get it. The only thing is I have to farm up a shit ton more steel. Farming up a shit ton more steel is not hard, so he is intent. You know, as I said, I have pretty much the ability to duplicate. I thought about using this. I literally thought about using. If I was going to keep that on Blood Surge, the initial thought was to do this on top of Coursers. But I have a feeling that that dream would never work. So, give or take. Because Coursers runs utterly different. Because bloodwave is made to be sacrificial. So, that's the downside. The downside is it's meant to be sacrificial. That is the key. It is designed for that purpose. Bloodwave variant is meant to have that as done as quick as humanly possible and keep it low. And still be viable. It's 182, 145. Max life, 182, there, 443. Dexterity. Sadly, I don't have offhands at the moment. Offhands I don't have. Let me take a look at something. Offhand, huh? See, like, this would be good. You roll that to life, and you still have the two that have the other. See, ideally, that one's better. Ideally, that one's better, because that still gives you armor. The problem is, that one would be better suited for armor anyways. That gets rolled down damage with blood. Like, that would damage him blood-ish. That wouldn't be blood. Offensive, that gets rolled different. See, that's if you're not going Ebon Piercer. But, hypothetically. See, bloodwave is made. Like, that is ideal. Okay. Bear in mind, those are both ideal. Now, both 2 stars and the other one. But this, you know, is why I don't use them. Hypothetically, right? That would be an upgrade to that one. For the build that I need. Right here. But it's lacking one thing. Both of these are cool. But they lack one thing. That is intelligence. So, bear in mind. They lack intelligence. And I see, it's not that you struggle with it. It's what happens. Let me go to the page. They lack intelligence. It's a good idea. Strong idea. But, what would you think? Ish. It's closer without changing it. They lack intelligence. So. But, I'm at the point I could afford a little bit of a loss. But 400. And but that helmet is max. So but see, like, that one would be better, but the fact alone doing without those two, you have to have the other. Any other season, those would probably be better. But not right now. Like, those are pretty good. Like, see, those work really well because of the resource costs. But, see, like, that one's usually something. The big thing in Tier 4 right now is health. That gets about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 3. Without the offhand and without having the title, because you need the title, because you have to have the title. See, either one, it's either this one or you go that one. Both are strong, either the same. I have both. Honestly, title would, this would be the two-handed version. Like, okay, hypothetically. So, here's how this works. Supposedly, this is more intelligent. Alright? This is in theory what the internet tells you. In practice, it never works out. So, a two-handed, right? So, assume this is max two-handed, so 182. So, 182 is the highest intelligence on a one-handed weapon. And they say it's about 300. Okay, give or take. One could say. Now, offhand. It's one of those ones. Right. Now, the big thing is usually getting the build into place. It usually helps. So you have the two-handed, which is the other one. And it's getting it rolled to be right. I'll be honest, trying to find an offhand focus that ain't dog shit is that. So finding the... Where the hell did he wind up going off to? How'd you go find him? Now let me do the thing and make sure these aren't fucking account bound. Like a fool. Fucker. Yeah, they are account bound. Yep, that's account bound. God damn it. That's account bound. Account bound. Yeah, so... See, I would think for like a fool and try to trade something to somebody that they can't have. Yeah, it's account bound. One sec. Hey, you might get that one. Yeah. It's okay. That's a good starting ring for him anyway. I see something. I see it. Or I tell it to him once damn too. Where is it? Key overshot. Oh, God. Well, he's a lot closer. Or did he fucking come to me? It's awful. Oh, fuck. Where the hell did he go? So he's here, but it doesn't show him here. Oh yeah, this is key overshot. It's mostly all barbarians right now. Give or take on tier 4. Oh shit, did he? Heh, Sipler. He teleported. That's a bad D-sig. He don't have Vessel of Hatred. God damn it. Oh god, he has no Vessel of Hatred. He doesn't have Vessel of Hatred. Oh no. Oh no. He has no Vessel of Hatred. Wow. Hate that. He has no... Oh god, that's a cop-out. God damn it, I gotta fight him an amulet. I have to find him an amulet. He does not own Vessel of Hatred. BO. Okay. So, I have to fight him an amulet with Aves. He has no DLC, does he? That sucks. See, okay. I can get good items, but I can't give them to people because they do not have Vessel of Hatred. So, he might wind up getting... Nope. I have to find him an amulet. I have to find him an amulet that does not have... Hold on. Hello?
Did you come, Presley?
No.
No? Oh my god.
I know. It's a little flower mound.
He looked everywhere?
I don't know, unless he's held up in a house somewhere.
In the house? Where?
I can't think. If he stumbled outside, he could be anywhere. And I've looked.
When you leave the house, select the fucking front door. Okay? And he can't open it.
Normally,
Do you think he went outside?
he could be in the house, but he ain't on your bed.
Okay.
If he comes out,
Well, pills. Pill. He comes out to noises. Oh, damn it. He has to have that medicine.
no shit.
Alrighty, later.
See you.
Bye.
Yes. Oh shit, maybe I forgot to move myself. Oh boy. Gotta find him an amulet. But we didn't heard that. Yes, losing a cat outside is not a good idea. I gotta find him an amulet. Yeah, an old cat outside. It's not good. That's a count bound, a count bound. Hold on a sec. Yes, you need the DLC. Obvious. I find that out too. Well, the good thing about this season is you can have a shit ton of good ambulance. For how much shit I have for it. Sorry, visually people. We have shit. So find the amulet and Jesus, I hate. Okay, look. I recommend to people have the DLC for a video, okay? Because, like, half these items I get are good. But you're gonna get a lot of people like me who give good items, but you need the DLC. It's an easier thing to roughly get, though. Farming right now is an easy feat. It's the surviving part that's the matter. It's not account bound. That looks better. There you go. Still have to find you a helmet. A helmet shouldn't be hard. You have no resplendent, so you don't have... We got things all over the place. Hold on a sec. Here's a funny thing about this. This is a good one. But ideally, right? There is one problem with this one. Okay. Ideally, movement speed. Sure. I don't like life on amulets. But it does happen. Quite frequently. I have kept that for some god-awful reason, and I am not sure why. But I have a feeling that that's just gonna get eaten. And at some point, and I don't know why. It's not good enough. I'm at the point I'm not really redoing a lot, so it's like here, it's a lot better. So one's similar, right? So the idea, but finding a helmet is key. You know what? That's good. It's a courtesy. God, mother. Alright. So, here is a good one. I mean, that will get you through things. That's at least a decent. This is probably... That's how it's a countdown. Okay, so it is going to be this one. Get you a start. Godslayer's Crown. Don't misunderestimate it. Still good. Now, here's a... So, yes. So, which zones are the easiest to get gear? Right? You have no resplendent shards. So, ideally, right, we need to get you the things. Which zones are very good for farming? The basics. But if you see how I have stuff rolled, Like, you need an offhand. Right? So you need an offhand. Now, the idea of that. But almost everything I have would give... See, I have no offhands at the moment. So, the Kissimmee, right? The gauntlets I gave you are damn close, but that's gonna take re-rolling. Let me see something. Here. Oh, fuck. We give you... I give this out like it's nothing. It kinda is nothing. It is literally nothing. That will give you... It's nothing. Yeah, there's so much duped gold now. So, a lot of the rolling, you probably can't do it, so... Hold on. What zones? Come up to where I'm at. So, which zones are the easiest way to farm? Sadly, this is spoiling us. So, then here's a tree I use. So if you need to copy the tree, copy the skill tree. Okay. Copy it to your best of your ability. Now, hypothetically, so which zones will give you your stuff? The which zones are where all the tree stuff is. So, get the basics in and get the rotation down. You might die a lot, like, it's a never fear. But get the basics down. Decompose. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. This into supernatural. Reaper. Enhanced. Paranormal. Corpse explosion. Into blighted corpse explosion. Fueled by death. Fueled by death. 3 in the Titan's Fall. 3 in the necrotic fortitude. That's your barrier. 3 into Death's Embrace. And 1 into Iron Maiden. You don't do this. This is where you're going to alight. But if you get your hands on you need the curse that goes on the boots. But, and I put 3 into Coalesce Blood, 3 into Tides of Blood. Now, ideally, I do have an Ebon Reaper. I do have the Ebon Piercer. So, but, hold on. It's fine. Give you the idea. Where is it? It's okay. I'll go get another one. I'll get another one. Because if you want this particular build, it's okay. Here. I'll get another one. Don't worry. I'll get me another one. If you want to try this one, I'll get another GA. I won't die. So, yeah. Getting a 1-star GA and hard. Getting a 4-star, on the other hand, is utterly different. But it's Blight. So it goes down, right? So skill tree goes there. So there's the other. You just follow. So it's getting the tree in place. That's why I said this is the zones to farm. Fucking really. 230 and you're dying horribly. So, if I have to revive that one guy, get out of tier 4 if you don't belong. With your shitty ass druid that you're dying all the time. Stop it. Fucking people. Okay, how is someone 260 and they're dying? Sorry. I understand if someone's like a lower tier starting, you gonna die. You ain't gonna die. You shouldn't be dying at 260. Just saying. So if the tree in place, give you the rest of the tree. So the other. So the tree, right? And then you get down Reaper into the other. Memento Mori. And standalone. So like standalone, but it has to have bloodwave maxed out. So you get the offhand, right? See, I have the whole problem. Sometimes people get up here and they choose not to. I just have this issue when people get to tier 4. Please know how to live. If you don't know how to live. So this is the version of it, right? So it goes the rotation. So if you equip it, you go decompose, enhance decompose, acolytes decompose, reap, enhance reap, initiates reap. That's going to be your off versus not. Figure out how the rotation you ever have to go. 3, huge flesh. Minimal. Blight, enhanced blight, supernatural blight. Sever, enhanced sever. Paranormal sever. Just do the basics. Okay. The basics. We're not doing any others. Corpse explosion. Enhanced corpse explosion. Blighted corpse explosion. 3. Into necrotic fortitude. This is what keeps 3 in the Titanfall. 3 into Grim Harvest. 3 into Fueled by Death. 3 into Death's Embrace. Now, this is entirely dependent if you can get the one. But hypothetically, you should get your aspects pretty easy. 1 into Iron Maiden, 1 into an Enhanced Iron Maiden, and 1 into Horrid Iron Maiden. 3 into Amplify damage, 1 into Decrepify, 1 into Enhanced Decrepify, and 1 into Horrid Decrepify. Now, ignore that one for a second. Precision. We'll get there first. 3 into Coalesce Blood. 3 into Tides of Blood. Now, this is where it's very similar to the Shadow Minion build. The Shadow Minion build uses the same tree. Very similar, but slightly different. But I have 6 extra points, but then I get shoved elsewhere. Reaper's Pursuit. 1 into Reaper's Pursuit. 3 into Gloom. And 1 into Terror for the time being. And 1 into Crippling Darkness. You might consider 3. But this gets the basics out of there. Bloodwave. Bloodwave needs to be a 5. Prime Bloodwave. Supreme Bloodwave. Standalone. 3. Memento Mori. 3. But here's the thing about sacrifice. I'll have to show you the sacrifice part. That's what you keep. 3 into Inspiring Leader. And then your key passive is Vigor. Ratha's Vigor. The sacrifice is Reapers sacrificed. Skeletal Cold Mages sacrifice. And Iron Golem sacrifice. Now, the way I set my bar up is Blight, Corpse Explosion, Sever, Bloodwave, Decompose, and then Reap. Now, depending on how many extra points you have. Okay. This is just depending. The core. Finality. Finality. Precision Decay. And see, Necrotic Fortitude, Carapace, actually is what keeps you highly fortified the whole time. Basically. Then, your Darkness skills, because everything you have is a Darkness skill. You can stun them. So, at a 3, that's different. So what that amulet does is it gives you like more movement speed. So your movement speed goes through the roof. So possibly a 3, depending on you really care about it. But here it depends on the curse on the boots. So you need, but that's why I said 3 fueled by death. Here, Corpse Explosion a 5. I mean, sometimes it works, but I use this more. A lot of this is just figuring the rotation. Now, which zones are the quickest way to farm? Up gear and the quickest way to farm anything. These are basically the easiest, so... See, everything I have is a darkness skill. Down to the core. Basically. I mean, technically me getting the Doombringer helps. But you're ideally gonna want and get used to. So there's all the objectives here is the quickest way to farm. I mean, technically, my big one is Bloodwave, but it's a lot better. So here in the so once you get that, so a lot of the minor nodes, like, depending on it. So, Bloodwave is your main skill. I wouldn't say the cycle, right? Like, I call it like more of a rotation. If you bunch up enemies and you Bloodwave them, that's going to be your main damage. But Blight's off in the distance and everything else. I mean, I could easily drop a whole bunch of gear. Oh, look, a random Bach in the open world. So, between blood waves... So, the idea between blood waves, you're basically throwing other skills. Now, the only other way to keep it, because technically with title, right, the way it works is here, it's like title, the other, read, corpse, and then you bunch up enemies, and you're just firing off a blood wave about every so often. Now, the only other quicker way, if I fired them off, it would be straight, it's like here. Make your way over to me, by the way. This is how you get head rot in the season. So basically, like, blood wave is the big one. That's your big. But I also have blight. So, blight also just... It's always just firing it off. Because there really isn't. So about every 4 seconds, you're about firing off the blood waves. Oh, not really. You can come over here, though. You might level up a lot. You in tier 4? If you stick close to me, probably not. You just come over here. You'll probably survive. Hell, half the time. It's good leveling. It's a lot better in rewards. I mean, it's about 100, 150. The biggest thing is about having the Ancestral and the Hells. You'll easily get more XP over here. You can, like, level in the open world, right? With, like, here. I can take you through the Paragons, too. So the Paragons, right? So the thing about the Paragons, so depending on it, so here's the thing you need to start looking out for, is you figure it, you might die a lot, but you will get a lot of levels from here. Because this is literally tree, right? Hold on. So this whole zone is just a tree zone. Just follow an SA. You see all these mini objectives? Right? The mini objectives is where we need to get you your things. This will get you all your aspects, right? So your quickest is going to be like... So this is pretty much... Like, these zones are going to be your quickest at leveling up. You will level up very quick around in doing all these. So the witch zones are basically like Tree of Whisper zones. So, yeah, of course, ignore the random nuking, and I know that's going to happen. There's a minimum life on this realm. It's okay. But health in the pool. So the first Paragon, right? So your first Paragon board would be here. You go up through. If you see it. Intelligence to the right. Up through. And then you're cutting slightly over. What does it say? It's like about 13 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Right there. Be about 13. I don't know how many points you have total. You might have more. If you have yours from the prior season. If you have yours from the prior season, it's better. 13, what, 13-ish? Well, yeah. I know you need glyphs, obviously. Like, you can still live up here, but you need the aspects too, right? You need your aspects and you need your glyphs. Your glyphs should drop quite frequently in here. Because you need to get the glyphs. The glyphs are what you need before you go over there. Okay, you see how, like... By the way, this is I guess later than the other. Hold on. This. What's up? Oh, before we go do this one, follow this way. Yeah, you're gonna... The thing is getting you your glyphs, okay? That's the key. Glyphs are the easiest. Just follow me this way. Yeah. Yeah. Here. So about 100, honestly, if the build's overpowered enough, here's the thing. The build is so overpowered at about 150, you could probably be up here. Ish. But watch for the gear to dismantle. So... that is going to be the big deal. And I could probably drop it and it's going to give you the other. Where's the lady? Set like a home, like would be there in the teleport. And this is how you're going to start getting your aspects. Because a lot of your aspects are going to be the key. This very how we have gotten a bunch over the... Like, I have gotten almost max. So the glyphs you're going to need. Glyphs Abyssal and then those. I don't want to level up those other the characters. I really don't. I feel the feeling that yep, that happens. And as soon as it fills, go back to the other. So Reap automatically kills, but also Curse automatically. So as soon as you hit the max, like, 1, go to the tree node. Which you probably already you will hit. So you'll hit your 1. Like, this is how exactly we get. Because, like, this is why I duplicate, like, the other. Right? I need to work on the other one. Yep. It's gonna happen. Yep. Which powers automatically come in. But this is probably... Hold on. So as soon as you, like, hit the 1, like, as soon as... So once you have all your glyphs, roughly. Like, I need to redo the glyphs on my main... on that one character. And as soon as you hit, like, the 10, you will largely hit there. See, I don't know. If you're not getting head rot, that's usually how. Go over to the right here. Follow me this way. Go down. So this is how to do this. Like, you, don't go there. Not yet. We're coming over here. Oh. Follow the lead. That's where you need to start. Like, it will probably be better. Like, just lead these all the way to the tree. Lead these all to the tree. That's how you do this. Yep. Back to the tree, to the tree, to the... So you take all the animals to the tree, basically. Easiest, and it's like a 3. Shepherd. 4. There you go. Yeah. Forge. There you are. And you should get whispers, so... Yep. The fuck? How did you die over there? Good lord. Eh. There you are. Very easy. It's very, very simple. Now, if you're getting head rot is used to purchase witch powers. The witch powers is for this season. It's the easiest way to gain. Now, this is more the evolved version that has been floating around. Like, as I said, the Blight, the Reap, slowly, but the main thrust bulk is still usually around. The Shadow Minion build is just so tied to, like, any of the other. And you need gem fragments out of the ass, too, which I can get you... And I mean, I can get most gem fragments with ease, so... Most of the gem fragments I can get pretty much. I think the only thing we're hurting on is Topaz and a couple of others. What the fuck are you doing, you assholes? Jesus. Away. Horribly. See, sometimes they just flat out die, then other times they don't die. So you'd be looking for an offhand. So what you need to be looking for. Be looking for an offhand. Don't go for the 2. Go for the offhand. The offhand is the key. So a lot of these zones, and to be honest, this is also probably the ideal farming ground for treasure goblins. Now, I have a suspicion it will. I haven't seen one yet, but I'm pretty sure they're still here. They pop up pretty regularly from the absolute nodes. From the things half the time whenever I've seen them. glyphs will be Gravekeeper. Yep. I mean, ideally, this is still a better build. Like, I don't mind it. Like, it's the more evolved. Like, I put it more there because I had a lot of time. I think, ideally, it's like, yeah, like the first one I started, I'm like, Turned out I like this. I just spent more time on this one. Then thought occurred to me to basically move around and just build off this one. But it turns out to be the better because it's really just the more closer to where it needs to be. That ain't gonna happen. And just fast travel to me. Or like set your... So go to your map. When you open the map, right click a teleporter. That teleporter becomes your favorite. So my favorite teleporter is the Tree of Whispers. So I automatically teleport back here. See, the difference between the two-handed, right, and then the other. Still got items over there, though. See, you could use Kiova shot. No, I'm saying people can use any. I use Tree of Whispers. Yeah. So if you, I don't know, right-clicking, right? Or whatever it is, the teleporter is favorite a teleporter. I mean, yeah, that's usually how it works. Favoriting a teleporter is kind of how I do it. I don't like Sitigar. I really don't. I basically... Here. Basically, you should break all of these down if you see the items. Go break them all down. You should be getting them. Just go in, break them down. There's an offhand that's minorly better, pick it up. This mark, you should be able to see them. See? The other ones. I would possibly keep this one if I were you. That amulet is good, by the way. That amulet with the 72% armor. Possibly keep that down the line for some reason. That's a good one for what it does. You could probably get rid of that Mother's Embrace, as I said. All of this... Yeah, that's a shitty amulet. Not a good one. So, all those... If you see it... Oh, it's a countbound. Is that all the countbound? Ah, that's right. You can't pick it up if it is. That might be all the countbound. Oh shit, that is a countbound. My bad. My bad. My bad. I'm not used to seeing so many countbound items. Yes, the aspect you need to be looking for is the other. Aspects, yeah. So the aspect, I would say start looking for it, is that the whispers are the easiest to do. Yeah, that's because it is countbound. This is my bad. So apparently anything that comes from caches are countbound. Basically. My entirely bad. That happens more than I like. But off to where's the next zone the highest? 4 minutes 24. Just take the portal to me. I'll go down to the next zone, which is Turasak, down to the south. Turasak is down to the south. Or just take the portal from Kiovashad. Right, it's the easiest way to get glyphs, it's the easiest way to get gear, to be honest, and this is how. Yes, I sound like shit. I don't talk this way normal. Trust me. I hate it. I hate the way my voice sounds digitally. It sounds like shit. Can't help it though. If I put like look, if I literally put in all the money into like a sound settlement oh god, it'd be a lot better. There you go. See, the way my voice digitizes drives me insane. I know it sounds awful. I hate it. You see the one back here? The untimely death? Now? You see the untimely death back there? Yes. See, runes are there. There you go. Yeah? Huh? I don't see the untimely death. I guess not. Oh, yeah, that's right. You don't see that. Okay. Never mind. DLC. No, that. My bad. That's DLC. Oh, God. See, that's the other thing. If you don't have the DLC, you're missing out on items. Just follow me around out here. Yeah, it's DLC. I should do... Sorry. I'm used to people having DLC. Almost everyone I play with does. See, okay, if you're getting head rot, right? The head rot is what allows us to do a lot of the stuff. So, yeah, you get the idea. So the glyphs you're looking for is Gravedigger, Abyssal, and those. That's where you are. Gravedigger, Abyssal, the ones that do rare. Uh, blood drinker. Yes. What is that? Amplify, blood drinker, corporeal, sacrificial, and gravekeeper. Those are what you're looking for. Gravekeeper, yeah. Those big ones. So kind of the rotation, right, is you have Reap Up constant or you have the other. But usually your biggest is always going to be the bloodwave might in time. Yep. I'm sorry. Yep. Oh. Yep, there's a treasure goblin, yes. I just come up here, if you can make it up here. This event. Might as well take this one out. Yeah, but largely it's just mostly just between it. Like the higher pit builds use like this style. What's funny is, it's a style Shadow Necros have played for ages. So... What? Really? I know damn well... Oh, look. Nope. Nope. There we are. Look, treasure goblins are supposed to be giving more items, right? Supposed to. I think it's a global event of sorts. If it's like the first one, let's go kill treasure goblins. We killed that in about a day and a half. Like 1 million treasure goblins or some shit like that. That lasted about 5. It lasted. Very much the case. But it's supposed... Oh. Really? Game. Four still. Yep. Yeah, I kind of like being near me is probably the best by proxy, but the idea is we have to hoover up stuff and then kill it. So it's usually the Hungering Void kind of works the same. So the idea of the build is pretty much... It still comes down to basically grouping stuff up and killing it with bloodwave. That's basically all the build does ever. Like, it's better in combined areas because higher you're still using vehement, which vehement is the one that I use on the ring. It's like the 30 damage per other. It's also the 2. But in the other way, if you're just trying to quick fire off blood waves, you use the one that lowers the ult. Roughly. This one, the one by 3 seconds. Now, but then again, it can't fire off till title is done. So you should be getting your glyphs. Like, let me know when those are done. Probably get used to getting started on levels. The aspects is also really good to drop here. See, the only thing better than that's a two-handed... Well, some people, they say two-handed maces, but... See, I don't know if you're getting head rot. Head rot is... To be fair, there's never enough of it. Every witch gem takes 5,000. Legendary ones, at least. Let me make sure next time we get to a town, I'll get you gems. Gems will be probably the topaz, but this is also the way we get. They also take 100,000 diamond, too, so... Really? That's another headhunt zone. Not this headhunt zone. So the quick ones in these are here. Right there. 7, and then... Yeah, I was farming these for the longest time. Getting swords. Yep. See, I get to the point, by the way, usually in a season, where at the beginning of the season, I'll probably be in tier 3 pretty auto. I'm in tier 2 for, like, I'm already in tier 2, like, at the first day. Usually. But yeah, no, my first class I did was the... But see, my first class was not the worst one that I did in the season. See, I chose, like, I thought, stupidly, like a fool, that would really, but then I'm like... But then bloodwave necro popped onto the scene when I realized Kissimmee were stupid. But Kissimmee turned out to be far dumber than... Basically, Quill Volley Quill Volley Spirit Born. Quill Volley Spirit Born still do a lot. Asshole. Yes. It's not the best build for chasing people down, but it works. The witch powers help us out a lot, though. Like, this is nothing. It's like Season of Blood. Oh. Got that one. Head rot. Air. Yep. Sorry, you'll be on the down the help list. Finish up the patrol, though. The key is finishing up. A lot of these patrols are very basic. So... Yep. But for the most part, the seasons, like this build, the only way I see them touching it up is the multiplier and the part to that. That's usually the deal. The multiplier, the additives in the multipliers on this build is where a lot of its strength come from. But it's also the same. If they did a nerf to Kissimmee, I would be shocked. Like, it may inadvertently survive. Because what they did is the Quill Volley Spirit Born, it's only 1% max. I don't think I've seen a 1%. Basically. But you do feel minor nerf with Rod, but it isn't the nerf that it kills the class. This is just in the idea. Like, I've always played necros, but the concept itself is very much the case. It's kind of strange. Prefer minions. Sorry. I am still to this day. But this is the more premium sacrifice build. But sacrifice is a different route. So. Take care. At least it gives you a good start, but get your glyphs and I can level them, though. That's good to see. You get the idea. Hold on. Before you do, let me get you the rest of that gear. Second I have, so I can break it down. Gives you specs. There we go. Anyways. Yeah, but this is a good way to do the farm aspects, though. Like, I think I have almost every aspect max-ish. I say ish. 80%? But title, I haven't seen a max title. But I may have an inadvertently max title. But the thing usually about witch gems, though, witch gems take 4,000 head rot plus gem fragments. So, take it for what it's worth. But they automatically give, like, but they also take 100,000 diamonds for the most part. See, head rot here, right? You get a lot of it at tier 4. But this is where the witch powers come from. But the core one everyone uses. So you need the core there. Fortunately, pit grinding is probably the easiest out of any season right now. Yep. I just gotta find another Eben. Me. I'll find another. I spotted the damn thing. It didn't escape, I know that much. Unless it just died. I spotted it, but it may have just died. I don't think it ran off because I didn't see a trail of gold. Yeah, no, there's just a point in this game, seriously, we get to where everything just dies. It's, you don't even think about it. That's actually how this, I don't know. A lot of these, right, like you'll see it, like, I'm at the point, how many hours am I into this character? 79? Eh, 79 into this character. Well, it's where I've been playing a lot more. want to say my Quill Volley was up there, but then again I started a Necro. And I went back over to my Centipede, and she's not bad. It works really well with the powers this season. But in general, it's still pretty good, because Centipede got a buff. So, it's not different. It's just a different build. This build has just stayed. I mean, ideally, yeah. Did I get a lot better pulls on this one, and I just... Asshole. Really? Oh, so we get tears in goblins. Interesting. I guess that's how it works. No, but a lot of the build, because that initial cursors build, see, the idea initially with it was some mad scientist build, but I swear I still will do. But I just don't know if it will be any good. Will be using Blood Surge. Yeah, you know that point when you get to a side quest and you don't care about them? I've been there for a while. I have side quests everywhere on my characters, which is kind of odd, but at the same time, it's kind of interesting. See, I play like this through the story, and I did it like once, and I did it for the DLC. So usually the idea is I'm just farming. I mean, story to me is, it's not bad. DLC is good. I just choose not to do it every season. So the game works out that way. It's just... But then again, it also gives me more time to work on new characters, though. See, I usually have more characters than more people. It's not, it's just a time thing. Like, this is always, like, my main necro for a little while. So, like, he will probably be my main necro and probably supplant my prior version. Because usually if I don't like the direction of the character, I usually just delete it after the end of the season. But if it winds up being a better version of the character, I'll do that. Because I'll probably not keep that one. By the way, I think they stealth nerfed bloodwave. It permanently has a cooldown. And I can tell, but I know why. I mean, it still works. But the server has to register it. Yep. So I said, everything in tier about past 250, even with unoptimized gear, you can pretty much blow up anything. That's why I'm usually shocked if anyone comes through tier 4. It's like 220 to about if you're like 220, 240, and you're not auto deleting stuff in tier 4, you're doing bad. No offense. Especially if you're on the poison one. Like, druids are See, pulverized druids are up there. Now, one thing I hate about this particular version of the build, of this type of build, it is so tied up to bloodwave. If you fire off a bloodwave and miss, it hurts. It literally hurts. So if things don't get sucked in, it is the pits in the terms of the build. Now, I will say the part that's the difference between the Shadow Minion build I use is it's similar in the aspect of it's just blight everywhere with minions. Really? Zone died. Be better though. It's like, but like getting max aspects is usually not a hard thing because we're getting a lot more loot this season. So a lot of what happens, right, is you are using a two-handed weapon which doubles title, which some like better at pit pushing. There is that idea. I'm not saying it's wrong. Sometimes it's me. There's trade-offs. It's just trade-offs. Like, a two-handed versus a one-hand is just... And to be honest, trying to craft Harley Quinns has been a bitch this season because they're one of the runes you need for it are just rare as hell. Ohms or Ems, E-M-O-N. E-O-M. Have been near impossible to find. EMOMs or Ems. Ohms have been pretty hard. Igni have been hard to find this season. Like, yeah, we have our speculation why they're hard to find. That's probably because they've been duped to high hell and the server says there's too many. But ish. It's one part of it. The other part is they've been very much up there as far as farmed. But there's also a lot of Chinese dupers who have duped the shit out of them. And server is saying there's a lot of runes of that drop, so they're not dropping. Colorless weird. It's the only... How the okay. Weird. I guess so. Remind me to go kill that thing outside. That just... my note to self on the way around. piece of shit want to. It doesn't bother me, but it's like, why are you targeting in town? You can't. It's a safe area. You're basically, you create a rotation. It's just shadow damage, and then you're doing your best to suck the stuff in and then kill everything. Yeah, that's just the way it goes. Oh yeah, but to the other topic I was thinking, gonna get to today. I did catch at least up through like 80. You ever tried chasing down treasure goblins without minions? Or range skill? Ever? It happens. And it's really stupid and very annoying. Because, you know, the funny part is minions, right? Inadvertently paralyzed. See, in Path 2, right? I know that's coming up. I'll give that read back a try. Because I'm going to give it at least a try. It's a good old college try. I don't... Look, the thing about Path 2... I don't like the end game. The end game makes me want to hate myself. Maps, please burn them to hell. I don't like it. People who like it, it's more of a spreadsheet than this game could ever be. And I don't like having 80,000 currencies, so... And it's not like, oh, it's a skill issue. No, it's just stupid. They make that game incessantly annoying to begin with. But in a way, it's a good power fantasy, but I don't like. The issue itself is their in-game is not enjoyable. Like, Pat's in-game is a repetitive map grind that I'm not wrong about. I just have seen people do it. I'm just like, nope. But I'm not feeling it. And like, what is that? And it's still, when I logged in, it still lasts. It's like 80,000 currencies. What the fuck? But you need like 500 divines. I'm like, no. That shit is stupid at that rate. I mean, I understand the combat system. I mean, the combat system's also jankier than Chef 2. I mean, they finally got a little bit of the stability into the system that allows it to roughly spam skills without killing your frame rates. But they still overvalue their inherent pixels too much. Their map is not inherently... What is it? Path is, That's what I say. I think that's going to be one of the biggest things that's going to hurt Path 2. Path 2 has the problem of... I think it's going to be popular. Don't get me wrong. It will be popular, but here's the thing about the whole thing there. I mean, I like the witch. Like, the witch over there is good. It's like playing necro, in the way. It is literally the same class, similar tree, but right now we work with, like... I see paths for it. but I don't like their in-game look. Honest to God, I have more fun starting a new character and carrying a character through before to there. And it's very annoying to have to figure out the quote-unquote... Like, you can figure out the builds, don't get me wrong. But the farming in Path, like Path 2 is better, but I don't think they reward you. And I still think the loot variance is still too stupid. And also, too, I mean, people can say, well, but are they going to have this? Like, watch. Just literally watch Path of Exile 2, follow the path one. Because I went over there, and it's just a bunch of people who still defend it like it's their lives, but I'm like, I don't see it. I mean, typically they're working out the balance issues in the game as well. But, again, the economy over there is still retardedly bad. Again, it's 8 different currencies. I just don't like it. It's just... I mean, it's likely more convoluted than it needs to be. And that's what? Shit, that launches soon, too, like the end of this month. Believe. Let's look. I mean, I like the direction they're going with Path 2. I mean, it feels good. But it gives that better single-player feel to me than the living on a character. It's just, it's hard to describe, because a lot of the in-game there, it doesn't keep me interested, because it's worse than trying to figure out here. But then again, it might just be the inner me who wants to min-max, right? And you are living on trade sites. Or you are, basically. It's basically that game I know launches. And what's funny is I haven't heard many people talk Path 2 is incoming. Launch date. It's supposed to launch March 19th? Literally buried. I mean, would be curious. But I figured out their system, and I'm just... And it's not about a simplicity. It's like... Yeah, see, the other thing, too, is I saw the Trump speech before Congress. Now, it's a good speech. There is something that's going to come back and bite him in the ass. You know how many people do I have seen that said, Al Green's the hero. Democrats need to duplicate him. Bro. Al Green is a dumbass who got himself kicked out because he decided to break decorum rules. You know people lash out fucking impudent rage. Hi Juno, how are you? Yeah, back to my thing before I said it. Person very angry for no goddamn apparent reason. Hey, did you know this? Go fuck yourself. You know, I learned long ago not to get angry about shit. It really doesn't matter. I don't have the money to be replacing a mic. But yeah, no, the whole thing on, like, the Trump, like, speech last night. I love to watch the people who, like, I've seen the usual suspects, like Organized Bob, who's, like, Dade's puppet. They're like, we need more Al Greens. No, Al Green broke the decorum rules, right? You don't speak, you don't hiss, you don't break that. He was warned 5 or 6 times before he was told to leave. And literally he goes, well, Trump told him and had him removed. No. First off, I'm like, did you cry foul when the Republicans were moved when they booed Biden? If you're warned physically to be, but he's like, I'll take the censor. Yes. First off, that is one of the stupidest controversies I've ever seen in many years of looking at that. But hell, if a Republican spoke out, you need to censure that man. It works 2 ways, by the way. Like, the whole funny thing is all these people are like, well, you need to censure him. He did nothing wrong. Because there's a whole thing, like, joint session of Congress, right? People speak. You're not supposed to... It's very funny how... I said something to Underorganizes Bob's picture, right? He's like, you post a picture. Because this is Al Green. He needs to be recognized as a hero. I mean, to be fair, half the Democrats don't really care in the first place. There's a problem entirely there. But then again, Bob is basically Dane's butt buddy, and then he has TDS. So, would you be shocked? Hey, if I asked Organized Chaos, Bob, does he endorse caning? Fistfights in Congress? Because that has happened before. Prior to the Civil War. But there's reasons why a lot of stuff it's one of those things where there's a lot of people. They're like saying, but that overshadows largely. I will say this last night when I listened to it. You know what's funny about it? Democrats were silent about Lincoln Riley and Lincoln Riley and anything with immigration. Okay? Anything. But largely the only thing. It's a good speech. Trump actually prepared for it. So it comes off good. But the Al Green thing, he was out of line. Now, largely enough, the problem with Doge is going to come back and bite Trump. He made one statement. It's going to catch him up. See, Doge was originally started by Obama. Obama originally came up with the concept of it. It's been refiled, shuffled around more often than not. But here's the thing about that. He put Musk in charge of that. Musk is an unelected bureaucrat. And he said the line about unelected bureaucrats. He better hope Musk doesn't do anything stupid. He has so much faith in Musk. I don't. Musk at the end of the day is a tech bro. First thing he gives a fuck about is that. Right? He's a tech bro. Now, regardless of they want to play games and say culture war, whatever else, part of the speech, Democrats don't have a response to that. But in 2-3 months, yes. Now, there is a part to that speech. It was a really good laying out what Trump thought was his agenda. But there's also the thing that the Democrats are very largely silent on. But they can't also admit. See, Trump's overcutting, but you have to look physically at what Trump does on the side. Like, he can be bombastic as he wants to be. But what he has effectively done, for every bombastic thing he says, he has them. So they focus on, go get Greenland, right? Go add whatever territory, right? They lost focus in sight of the other stuff he did. But it's also hurting the Republicans, too, who want to support him. It's like literally throwing shit at the wall. But there's part of the speech about he's having to deal with the inflation, he's having to deal with that, the stuff about the tariffs. But, like, you wouldn't have known he did the semiconductor deal, right? The semiconductor deal is bringing 5 plant jobs to Arizona. Five plants. And then everyone's like, oh, the tariff, they're going to hurt people. Okay, yes, they will. So you know what you do? Companies start building here. But Trump is also going to open up our rare earth minerals, which arguably we need to do. But there is some overbold promises, too. apologize. Yeah. No, not a good day. Anyways. You know, I love people who irrationally blame people for other happenstances, man. Remember to lash out at others in anger and you get a proper response. I say that with utmost respect. People are horrible. Look, you know what? Stuff's out of your heads. It's one of the few real moments people see. I'm a genuine human being. Trust me, when someone levies blame at me, they better have a damn good reason. Stages of grief. Fuck them. Just because someone doesn't show emotions doesn't mean they're not angry. You can't tell this to people. Sorry. But it comes down to it. All about them. I'm like, what the fuck? Sorry. People, man. Sorry I was dealing with something in my house. I had to mute myself. I have to step away for like 5 minutes. Why? Because obviously someone wants to have an argument right then and there. Trust me, people are really stupid. I live in a larger house, right? Just me. As I said, you can't replace family. Sometimes they're useless. Friends, even. You're nice. I'm nice till I have to bite my tongue. And the day I have to bite my tongue, there's a problem. And I do it quite a bit. Because, I am to blame for everything. It's like gay beads and everybody. Will you do this with you? Bitch, okay, know better. I know better. Stupid people, I swear. It's like, oh, shit. It's like me, it's like, oh, you need to stream today or not stream. I'm like, no, I just streamed anyways. I'm like, it's hard to, like, your cat gets out, right? It's like, oh, but you're gonna keep begging me. It's like, fuck you. Sorry if I sounded really bad about it. I am. When shit's out of what I can do, obviously. Yes, the necromancer that breaks the balance because you're supposed to embrace death. By the way. So I have to have the argument. It's also why I hate arguing with gay beads. Gay beads is worse. It's like arguing with a woman himself. Quite literally. I hate it. But then again, why don't you fucking take care of the matter yourself? Again. See, continuously blaming those close to you was a fault. Yes. again, it was my fault. He's like, yes, people who do blame others and they don't take accountability for themselves, right? It always drives me insane. I hate it. Yep. Obviously. So it's not about that. It's like saying, oh, but grief, you can't have grief, you can't do that. Like, we keep looking. Like, go out of your way to start a fight for no reason. Because you can. Again, I don't get these people. It's one of those things of whether anybody who does it, they reap the whirlwind they sow, basically. Honestly, they just reap the whirlwind constantly. Oh, right into the Legion. Huh. See, at the same point, I'm no stranger to either loss or grief. It's just I learned how to deal with it better. Or if random shit happens, I'm too used to it. Again. But again, if someone's gonna make a fucking scene for no reason, then go ahead. If it was an issue, they should have taken care of the initial problem themselves. Ah. Then you get to the hypothetical what if that they get mad about. Why didn't you go take care of that? Ah, that's right, I had to take care of that. That did. Random shit happens. Ah, then we got a plan B. Look, there's no reason to... As I say, you can't replace people. I just don't like dealing with idiots, right? They're all like, whatever. Then someone has the fucking balls to accuse me of doing something I never did. I'm like, fuck you. And you know this how? Oh yes, that's right. You convince yourself that no one does it. Right. Eventually, that's kind of why I cut off cuckword, because I got tired of the same rhetorical argument. I'll tolerate it from actual friends or people who are closer to me than people online. Because the idea is it's not escapism. Because if you have to deal with those people IRL, your choice is either A, bite your own tongue, shorten your own life from the actual stress. Or B, right, B is just don't deal with them. Yep. It act like, oh, you're the perfect day. No, I don't plan days like this. Sometimes it's literally like the, what is it, the meme? what is it, like the 7 stages of grief for knowing when something dies meme, basically, or acceptance. Something dies, as like the animal, and they knows it's trapped and it ain't getting out, and then it's like the idea no one gets it. Stage 1 is always anger, confusion, anger. Well, it's actually confusion, then anger, then probably some other parts. Confusion, anger, then usually the point is lashing out at something, whatever they feel they need. Which is roughly about the normal, so to speak. While some people deal with grief and other things, loss, better than others. God's sakes, will you think the person with more borderline depression or anxiety issues would be able to have more anger and depression than the person who supposedly doesn't? Ponder that one just a quick second. Don't think if I know if anything's out of place. Ugh. Stupidity and a half. Yes, dipshit. You better be lucky you can't be rehomed. Ugh. Oh boy. Welcome to a glimpse of the actual real life me sometimes. Compassionate to a point, but also angry. You know what's funny about the whole deal? It's actually gonna hit one of the other cats more. The concept is he still might turn up, oddly enough. And then the cat who happened to open the door is just sitting cute and adorable like nothing ever happened. Ah. See, sometimes animals, as I said, are too smart for their own damn good. But it's also the thing of curiosity killed the cat, too. It's a phrase. Literally the phrase. Some are smarter. See, it's interesting how my only cat knows not to go outside at all. My cat knows not to go outside. But, as I said, the only cat in the house stays in the house. But then again, you know, story to him. Then the other one that opens the door is rightfully scared and doesn't do anything himself. He's acting like he didn't do anything wrong. So, go figure. Which happens quite frequently. He literally acts like nothing, he does nothing wrong. It's like certain people I know. He's like 50-50 mine and then 50-50 the other person's. I just manage him when they're not there. But when the other persons are in, it takes after a lot after them. Huh? Okay, I guess so. Fine. There was a, seething abomination. Alright, that's good to know. I mean, there was a seething abomination. So wind up killing the seething abomination as well as the other. I guess. Yep. But yeah. Always have to check things. I'll have to do the whole thing on that Trump speech. This was a very bad day to have to go over it. Gaming and then do the other. Then the IRL situation, I like to deal. Now I'm pissed with the other person because, yes, they're being stupid right now. Because they're being decide to be retarded, right? Because they can be. Eh. Well, the hawks died in the neighborhood recently. Interesting. Would explain why I haven't seen it. People, I swear. Kinda haven't been in the mood. Cause also I need to pull that other shit on my hard drive, the hard drive that on my computer too. Basically, and put it into this one. Because it's part of the whole thing. Yeah, but I can't get anything from here. Ugh. Here you go see. That's what you get for farming that the goblins. That's what I need to do is I meant to go get like I need a wound drinker. It comes from cause my initial plan early on was to go. I need to go take fear and go farm the one boss. Beast and Ice, actually. So, Beast and Ice, yes. Oh god. But then again, well, probably then it just means I need to get more. Kind of means I just need to get more fear or whatever else, like shards and things. I keep getting more stuff too, so it's like, well, shit. I've seen the acid, the far shard, like so much this season. I just hate it, quite literally. It's that bad. It is literally that bad. It's not like all those extra materials, right? Let me see. So I burned through the hearts, I burned through the blood. I had like 200 blood earlier, because that's how I got these. 200 something a slow a run. The thing is, we wind up with a bunch of these, so... What is it? So basically what I found, and I guess it does work, runes are pretty ass. The rune runs are horrible. But the boss summoning ones, that's a different story. See, think about the boss summoning ones. Those are good. Those materials are good. So I wound up running through like 30 of them this morning. They gave a bunch of materials. Or I did, last night. Going into this morning. No, it was like yesterday. Yeah, no, I did it last night. Yesterday afternoon. And that gives like 30 resources per run. And if you do it with a group, it gives you more. But see, honestly, if I wanted to duplicate this, right, so I need this on that character, but that also means I need to farm more steel. Actually. And that's gonna suck. But also I need to make one of those. Fuck. Buck, cry, and Moni. Buck, cry, and Moni. Buck. Buck, cry. Cry, cry. Buck, cry, and Moni. Yeah, what would be funny is to get one that's 3 or 4-star, repeatedly farming that. But it's kind of not the really good GA, but I mean, I could farm up another one. Either I'll get one from a boss or something. But see, what I would change on this one though is I don't like the I don't like Flesh Eater board. I hate it. The Flesh Eater board, right, is like, it's good and it's bad at the same time. It assumes. Come here. Breathe. Yes, dipshit. You know better than to go outside. Where? Fortunately, you don't know better. See, that's the thing here, because, like, you'll still get the stats correct. But at the same rate, it's the loss of, It's one of the few, there's actually a season I haven't had, like, the Grand Topaz, right? Because I don't have those. It's like I haven't had really Grands this season, which is a strange one. Any other season would be that way. But you see, I lose a little bit of armor in stats, so I could re-roll that ish. But like, it's still 9. 9 is the lowest that could go. So realistically. Right. 3,400. Well, 34,000. 6,000. That. See, technically, CHC, like, this is closer. Yeah, see, that's what I was talking about. Like, my overpower damage is 10,000. That's what's scary here. Like, that overpower damage? That is my overpower damage. It's insane, by the way. Like, I don't know what I did. By the way, I have no idea how this occurred. It might See, I think here, like, it's between a bunch of that. Damage while fortified is what it. See what happened, and it's just insane. Like the power of this. Like, because I was telling him, see, like here, right? Intelligence plus the damage. But I was also thinking as well, I like this. Because so additive or whatever, right? That is different. And I mean, you have room. I mean, if you don't do the other, or you, I mean, it's like 29, right? And you still have the armor, and it's not that huge of a difference. Like it's, but it. Hold on a sec. Skill. So you have here, which is the passive. So the initial idea was to run Casimi's, run the other one, and then run coursers. So if I ran Pendant, as I said, the initial idea was to run Pendant, and technically, if you are on a Blood Surge build, you could run this, and then run as well as the other. You get a good one, drain, do the other. Which this requires me slightly, I would say slightly reworking my board to a degree. Slightly. But see, I would rechange the one board, because I think the only board I would physically change is the corpse squad board. I don't like that. I just can't stand that. It throws off the entire bill. And the only passives in there, they're in that board. Well, see, the funny part is the only passives that come from that board, which is here, is damage to injured enemies, so anything less than 80%. So in theory, which is here, which is max life, this is damage to elites, but this is, as I said, is closer. Now, again, this was more built from the pure early guide. Now, hypothetically, Abyssal is still part of the other, Sacrificial is part of the other. Like, I just don't like it. Like, Dominant? No. Dominant's not really good. Essence really isn't. Like, Imbibber can be good, but it's such a weird one. Or just useless. It's still bad. It's just not good. Like, the funny part is, take corporeal. You take corporeal. Or scourge. Scourge is a weird one, but scourge you can build around. Revenge is okay. Darkness is a weird one, but it's good. Blood Drinker, right? Blood Drinker. Amplify. Because they use Curse. I would probably put... Dump that. Let's see. Corporeal. And I would go... Eliminator is normal. Exclamation is different. Exploit isn't the worst. But I would probably put Amplify. And I just gotta level these. Corporeal. Right. Corporeal. Amplify. And I would use Gravekeeper. Right. Gravekeeper probably still be used. This one, half a dozen the other, right? I mean, you wouldn't really need it if that's the case. But this build uses more dex than it does anything else. Well, there's a lot more dex. But kind of. So it would change out. But I may have to level these. Because I use curse. Enemies affected by curse. That's what should be here. I don't like inhibitor. Inhibitor is a weird one.
You can do that later.
Talk about having to relitigate things. Okay. Let's see if this works. What's funny is this is slightly more powerful stat-wise than the other one. See how well it does without changes. See, okay. See, initially, right? That's why I like the idea of it. Is I like the one. But if I remember. But in a way, it doesn't feel more powerful. I mean, that's why I say it's weird. See, like, my other one can run 100s. See, like, the way it's running, it might as well be similar. It's usually why I basically did that. Oh, there you go. What is that part as I say? The 7 stages of grief. Eventually is accepted. And at last you just go through it. And basically I was like, hell, I'm just gonna ensure, like, I said I was gonna basically ensure the whole See, I'm so normally tempted. That's why I said Blood Surge is like a good concept. But god damn, I always... See, how part of the thing is... Because if you make that your only blood skill, it'd be better. Because unknowingly, I try to make it part of my other. And it's like, god sakes. Like, I'm better off if you just get it off your one. Kind of thing. Because if that is your only blood skill, like, that's a lot better than you're having to figure that out. And the hard part about it is usually just... Jesus! That's the way you had to get. See, we'll do that on occasion. So, in a way, Blood Surge becomes immensely powerful. Can't speak simply. It becomes very powerful. But if you do the one part, which is like Blood Surge and Blood Lance, right? And then you make that the only blood skill you use, yeah, you see how they just auto bunch up and die, which it works. And when it decides to work. Or you do the other. See, I think I had to update a glyph on it. Not a glyph, but aspect of this one because it was that out of date. And it's very... It's not set. My shadow was very similar to this initially in the first place, a long time ago. And this is the trick about it. Like, it wasn't that far off, but as I said, I used to use bloodwave before the soul shift. Soul Rift, sorry. Soul Rift is what it's called. Keep forgetting what it is. I kind of think about, like, names and just look at the abilities of what they happen to do. Soul Rift is not a bad one. But it's more or less the... Yep. See, the problem is, not a lot of these are elites, right? So you'd be better off if it were the case of... And there's no guarantee you're consuming 4 corpses. So I didn't like the way this one ran. I kind of shelved her for a little while. Because she was initially always my blood one for the longest time. But I'm going to have to, like, literally level those. Probably redo the board as well. So the problem with the Flesh Eater board is I felt the bonuses weren't good enough, and come to find out that was probably the line of logic that we were following. It's kind of weird a lot of necro people, like, who at least do, like, it comes together number-wise, we all see the same thing. But, like, I'm gonna have to live with this right up until, like, it does the damage, right? The clearing, but the problem itself is people found a way. But it is also the cycle that the thing creates is different. It's not... I don't call it, like, a good... Like, the way initially literally, Kissimmee was like, "Oh, you have a Kissimmee?" Yeah. We had formula on that one. God damn, like, there was like weeks. When I started my other, I just switched. I actually switched. Well, I know that the damage is far more explosive, though, by terms of it. Like, it's a lot more explosive than it looks. So, it wouldn't be the first time I've actually had, like, other stuff that I've leveled. Like, it's real easy to, like, take your, basically, like, your glyphs that you think were correct, and they're not the ones you wish to use. Just amplify, exploit, Gravekeeper. It's not the ones you want to use. And I mean, without having to go back, and then it's like, let's see how badly out of date is. Nope. Nope. That's correct. That's correct. And that's... What's 75? What's 1 point... What is that, 1.5? Let's see, 1.5. Sacrifice? 25? Yeah. So already put max. Yeah. So everything is already max. All of it. Yep. So 83. Sacrifice being one. Sacrifice being. Sacrifice being on the 1.5. Which is subtly different. But yeah. It's gonna suck because I'm gonna have to redo all the glyphs. I have to redo all of those glyphs. It's gonna suck. Because half the glyphs are really wrong. Like, it's been weeks since I touched this up. Like, I kept it, but dear God, this is a mess. It's a good concept, but, like, it'd been nicer to have, like... I'd say getting the runes aren't the hard part right now. What I need to see... I mean... I'm already kind of at that int, it's on the int, I'm already at the diminishing return on the int, which, weirdly enough, is to say on a character. See what I was saying about her, tell him earlier. This is all about getting the bloodwave out. And half the thing is getting your pure things out. You bunch them up. And it's the witch gems. And the witch gems. What's funny is there's only like 4 witch gems it used. Thing is, they're all probably going to be turned to diamonds, too. Yep. Strangely enough, entire science to it. But in pushing... So here's the thing. In pushing, bloodwave is stronger. You understand. In pit pushing, but naturally you're already doing it. Because you see, like, the number. So, like, my numbers are the same on it. Except for, like, slightly. Bastards. They got pulled away. So it's easier to take the shortcut and just cut out the blood surge. I mean, the blood surge is a good concept, but I'm not going to say, honestly, it's usually reassigning points as well. But I have to actually upgrade those, though, so it's like, shit. Really? Why do I care if a headhunt zone is... And the whole part of this build is basically that. Like, that's kind of why I was just like, it's basically similar to my other one. If you just took the sacrifice, found a way, better way to make corpses, right? You're already making corpses. Why do you give a fuck otherwise? It's like, Jesus. It's one of those builds, it's like... Miss with the initial. If you miss with, like, the initial, it just gets weird. That's pretty much it. Like, I basically have to level up those glyphs. That's a big deal. The other ones? So, Gravekeeper... ish. Those. Amplify probably be the other one. So I'd probably replace like 3. So I'd go Amplify. It did that. And that would probably be Kick Out Flesh Eater. Like, the issue itself is they recommend like Inhibitor. They recommend all of these, and it's just blah at that point. They don't fit, like, what ultimately you're doing, because, not if you can see, you're just pure bloodwave. You might have Reet, you might have the other one, but You might. Let's see how bad this one is. Jesus. But what I think is if I change those, it would be better. But a lot of these, you see why, like, at higher, you're not going off the blood orbs. You're not picking it up, because I think the 150 build doesn't do that. So I know me and a friend were following that, like, very early in the season. Like, yeah, they're not really doing that. You go in, you pick up blood orbs, and you just pull it. Which, to be fair, it's just farly pulls them to the left, right. I honestly would have the better shadow than just to pull the other ones. Because you're thinking by the time you're going to pull it where you're going to pull them up and then blow them up. Which is kind of what happens. You're just recalibrating it. Is that alter fours carries? This is a really shitty map, by the way. Just saying. I'm gonna say this now. This is bad. Look, this seems like this is an easy map. Straightforward, pull them up. There's not a lot of ways, but maintaining your damage bonuses is harder. Be wrong, because this is a better gunning map than anything under the sun. Yep. And then there's a whole thing if you remember to walk over your blood orbs while it's going off. It does a lot more damage. which is a subtlety part of the build. But also, at the same time, I can actually just go ahead and do this, which, it's what, get into the legendary, and I can just kind of fuck with them there. But you see, this is why it's largely, I think a lot of people reworked theirs. It's not even the coursers as a whole thing, it's just like, you literally have ability that you're doing, but you're not really... Like, you already have the curse from frailty already going on. Which is the reason why a lot of us changed out the build. Because for the most part, it was like, yeah, you're just Blood Surge at this point. Not Blood Surge, but Bloodwave. Oh, what are you doing otherwise? Oh, what's this? Oh. Okay, come to find out, if you have to push, you have the other. Or they have a useless skill and they're not even doing it half the time. That's what winds up happening. Oh, it's a little more boring versions of it. It works, but dear God, is it painful? Yeah, like if you remember, just walk over your blood boards. You get like, oh, when you pick up a blood orb, you get like a whole shit ton more damage. Ah, cool. Yeah. It's 110, right? Uh-huh. Oh, fuck off. How do you live? Lord.
Oh, from here, Samus. Flashlights and fire beds.
Well, then.
Look at those little ones.
Jesus.
You looked under all the beds in the house.
Check at the house. Normally, he's on your bed. Normally, he's on your bed.
Don't fuck with me. $73 for you went to Amazon?
Yeah, it wasn't 73, or best it was,
Yes,
but
it was.
I'll go look. Shit.
You only had $402 in your account.
Shit. Yeah, so I'll have to work on this. Oh, that's the Infernal Cat, or whatever. But I'll work on this. I gotta, like, go deal with something IRL. But I should be good for another day, though. Less stressful, hopefully. But this build's gonna take a lot of reworking. Gotta find a substitute for here. Then I won't have to go farm another ribbon. Okay, that's here nor there. But I just simply play it tomorrow or a day. I'm just gotta get back with people. But I have to go look for something. But I should be back. Probably not today, but tomorrow. So, see people.